Dear colleagues, let us begin. Please take your seats. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Welcome to St. Petersburg. It is the 15th Congress of the International Association of Teachers of Russian Language and Russian Literature. We cannot find a better place in St. Petersburg to host such a Congress. We would like to welcome the teachers of the Russian language and Russian literature, as well as translators and linguists. Dear colleagues, it is well known that St. Petersburg is the cultural capital of Russia. However, for the next 3 days, St. Petersburg will be hosting the world capital of the Russian language. We are hosting here the 15th Congress of the Teachers of the Russian Language and Russian Literature. It is devoted to the Russian language and Russian literature in the changing world. I would like to ask the colleagues to show the presentation. I have chosen Russia because I like the quality of education. As a linguist, I believe that Russia would be the best choice. Dear friends, let us welcome you to the 15th Congress of MAPRYAL Association. Professor Vinogradov, Professor Kostomarov, and Professor Verbitskaya have laid the foundations of this Congress. I really hope that we will have successful deliberations. I would like to welcome all the participants who have devoted their professional lives to studying the language of Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, and many other writers. You cannot cancel the Russian language. We can also promote the Russian language. We are really happy to see everyone here, and I hope you will have successful deliberations. According to the tradition, we have received welcome addresses from the country's authorities. Now, we are going to read out the welcome address of the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. We invite here the Counselor of the President of the Russian Federation, the Chairperson of the Steering Committee of the Russian World Foundation, Mr. Vladimir Tolstoy. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and dear friends. Let me read out the welcome address of President Putin. Dear friends, welcome to the 15th Congress of the International Association of Teachers of the Russian Language and Russian Literature. At the outset, let me express my gratitude for your efforts designed to promote the Russian language and Russian culture. Thank you for taking efforts in order to maintain and protect the Russian language. The activities of MAPRYAL unites professionals from various areas. The association organizes different types of research in various countries. You also implement educational programs. You also implement new advanced methods of teaching. You organize social events. I'm sure that there will be an atmosphere, friendly atmosphere at the Congress. I'm sure that the Congress will promote professional cooperation as well as friendship. Sanctions, lies, and aggressive Russophobia cannot stop the promotion of the Russian language. We're always open to cooperation. I wish you successful deliberations, Vladimir Putin. As MAPRYAL president, who was chosen the president at the previous assembly, I would like to welcome you here. I'm really happy to see each and everyone here. Let me welcome you to the General Staff of the State Hermitage. Let me express my gratitude to the State Hermitage for giving us an opportunity to open the Congress here. St. Petersburg welcomes all the participants of MAPRYAL. I know that it was a real challenge for you to get here. And thank you for coming here to participate in the Congress. This Congress is devoted to the Russian language and Russian literature in the changing world. We all see that the world is drastically changing. And the most peaceful and the most noble activities, such as teaching Russian and teaching Russian literature, in the 21st century are becoming something that requires courage. We do not pursue any political goals. We're a community of professionals from different areas. such as linguistics, language teaching, and literature. We're interested in studying the language which was used by Russian classical authors, such as Pushkin, Pasternak, Tolstoy, as well as Mr. Vodolaskin and Varlamov, who are now here. We're here because we want to continue our traditions. I would like to reiterate the names of the great scholars: Professor Vinogradov, Professor Kostomarov, Professor Verbitskaya. I believe these great scholars deserve a round of applause. I would like to thank each and every one of you for your long-term cooperation and for your interest in the Russian language and Russian literature. You are doing your best in order to develop research in this area. Besides, you can develop and adjust the best methods of language teaching. I believe you have achieved results in expanding the geography of those who study the Russian language. This is possible due to the fact that right now we have access to online education. We support young people from around the globe who want to study the Russian language and those who want to study in Russia. And to this end, it is necessary for them to know the Russian language. I believe that coming to Russia and studying the Russian culture is important for studying the Russian language. We also have lots of modern authors, and I believe it's really important for those who to study Russian to know modern cultural professionals. I would like to say that you are in for a really good cultural program, but please don't skip roundtables and sessions. You will have time for everything. The best theaters and museums of St. Petersburg welcome you. I believe we must do our best in order to maintain interest in the Russian language on behalf of different nationalities. This will allow us to talk about values at a global level. At the end, it will create a stable global order which is based on mutual respect between different cultures. Dear friends, we are in for a heavy agenda. I wish you successful deliberations and interesting discoveries. And as a host of this Congress, we will do our best to create a friendly atmosphere and to promote the development of our organization. I hope our activities will increase your interest in the Russian language. Good luck. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the plenipotentiary of the President of the Russian Federation in the Northwestern region. I give the floor to Mr. Alexander Gutsanov. I would like to welcome the participants of the 15th Congress of Teachers of the Russian Language and Russian Literature. Russian language and Russian literature are part and parcel of the global culture. The popularization of the Russian language and its development are promoted by your association. A good command of the Russian language allows you to study the heritage of the Russian scholars and writers. A wide geography of your participants show that Russian language is the language of international cooperation. St. Petersburg hosts the 15th Congress this year, and this is the place where the modern Russian language originated. I'm pretty sure that the Congress will promote dialogue between different language professionals. I wish you successful deliberations.
Great support to our Congress is given by the government of our city. So we invite member of the government of St. Petersburg, President of the International Relations, Mr. Grigoriev, who will read the welcoming address from the Governor of St. Petersburg, Alexander Beglov. Dear friends, on behalf of the government of St. Petersburg and all the citizens of the city, I would like to welcome the participants of the 15th Congress of the International Association of Russian Language and Literature Teachers, the Russian language and literature in the ever-changing world. St. Petersburg is the biggest educational center with a long-lasting tradition of teaching language, Russian being one of them. In the end of the previous century, St. Petersburg has started to implement the governmental policy in relation to teaching language to different parts of the world. This association has always been recognized by the President of Russian Federation, and today in our committee we hold a leading position in the international relations with the CIS states as well as other foreign states. And I would like to say that we have ever-changing goals nowadays for teachers working in different countries of the world. Not very long ago, we hosted 85 specialists from different countries of the world, and also we invite specialists in Russian philology to our seminars and workshops devoted to Russian language and classical Russian literature. Today, in the very difficult times and with unprecedented pressure over our country, the topic of Russian language teaching and teaching Russian literature is utterly important. We need to come together in order to discuss methods of teaching and also our issues and challenges. We, of course, have very rich potential, and we're happy to share our experience. I would like to thank the organizers of this Congress, which has already developed into a good tradition. I would like to wish you fruitful work and great success in everything, in all your activities. Alexander Beglov. A great impact in strengthening the positions of Russian language abroad is exercised by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russian Federation that has always been supporting the initiatives of the International Association of Russian Language and Literature Teachers, the organizers, as well as the guests of this association, is welcomed by Sergei Lavrov, who is the Foreign Affairs Minister of Russia. I would like to welcome the organizers, the participants and guests of the 15th Congress of the MAPRYAL Association. Within over 50 years of its activity, this association has been recognized as an association that facilitates international dialogue as well as supporting friendship and mutual understanding between different states and peoples. It is great that despite the very difficult international situation and unprecedented pressure over Russophobic, so to say, world, we still have a good Congress, a meeting of Russian language teachers from 63 countries. All of us are united by the love to Russian language and literature and such authors as Pushkin, Tolstoy, and others. I would like to say that Russian language is still one of the official languages of the UN. It is the language of the international communication, and supporting this status of the language is one of our top priorities. In regard to this, we recognize MAPRYAL as one of the associations which is very active in this field, including different educational and enlightenment projects. I would like to say that we shall support the activities of this association in the future. I would like to wish you fruitful work, new professional success stories, and also all the best. The co-organizer of MAPRYAL Congress this year is one of the bodies of the higher educational facilities of Russia, which trained the whole realm of different philologists and linguists in this country. The president of Russian St. Petersburg State University, member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, a council to the President of Russia in regard to the Russian language and literature, member of the Observing Committee Russian World, Nikolai Kropachev, is invited to the microphone. Thank you very much, dear friends. I would like to welcome all of you here in St. Petersburg in one of its most beautiful venues, St. Petersburg State Hermitage Museum, and also one of the venues will be St. Petersburg State University, which I am very proud of. The city is open to you. Once we spoke about outstanding theaters and, so to say, museums of the city. Today, we open a small museum to you with only 3 million of items on display, just a small place. It's a very small collection of books, just 7 million books. We're very happy to see all of you here, and also we are happy to host you in our university. Yesterday, we had an event, the opening of a monument devoted to Lyudmila Verbitskaya. Thank you very much. Some of the books, when I present them to our guests in our very small library that I have just mentioned, with only 7 million books, I always ask them whether you have chills. And if the person has chills, that means that you are with us. When you actually gave me a round of applause after I mentioned Lyudmila Verbitskaya, I had these chills. I understand you are very relative to me. You are just very close to me. We have the same hearts and spirits. I suppose that's about all I wanted to say right now, because later on I will have a time for a separate presentation. Then I will explain it to you how I come here, why I'm here, because I'm a law guy. I come from the field of law, and why I'm here with you, with philologists, with linguists. In fact, the only thing that I would like to mention now that I'm happy to be here in these beautiful premises of the State Hermitage Museum. Thank you. A great systemic work on the support of teaching language and Russian literature in different countries of the world is done by one of the oldest universities of Russia, Moscow State University. In this university, back in 1966, under the leadership of Professor Kostomarov, the Center of Russian Language was formed and founded, which grew into a center of teaching Russian language as foreign, a second language. And I would like to invite the president of the Russian Union of University Presidents, Viktor Sadovnichev. The welcoming remark from this person will be read now by the Vice President of the Lomonosov University in Moscow, academician of Russian Academy of Sciences, Tatiana Kartara. Dear participants of the 15th Congress of the International Association of Russian Language and Literature Teachers, your Congress is organized in the year of a teacher and a mentor under the order of the Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it is devoted to the founder of the Russian pedagogy, Konstantin Ushinsky. Konstantin Ushinsky once wrote that the Russian word has creative spirit, thanks to which we can demonstrate the value of Russian culture. The International Association of Russian Language and Literature Teachers for over 50 years has been uniting linguists, teachers, writers, and translators from different countries. The topic of this Congress, Russian language and literature in the changing world, reflects the social and linguistic situation in the world, and also it invites our community to find new ways to retain the linguistic culture, not only in Russia, but worldwide. I would like to wish you fruitful work at this Congress, as well as new professional success stories. Rector or President of the Moscow State University, Professor Viktor Sadovnichev. Thank you. So working in different parts of the world, Russian language teachers know that their meticulous work will be recognized at home, either in the Russian home or in Russia, being the country of this language. So the network of these Russian homes is scattered all over the world. The Russian Cooperation Office, Evgeny Primakov, is now invited. I would like to welcome the organizers and the participants of this Congress. Russian language is our legacy. The Russian language has always been the language of international cooperation for dozens of different peoples, not only for the former USSR states, for the CIS states, but also worldwide, because it gives you particular benefits. And strengthening the positions of the Russian language all over the world is our paramount goal. We organize different types of workshops, seminars, professional development courses for teachers, as well as seminars for the language learners. A month ago, we had an international exchange program, and in the pre-border territories of Armenia, we also organized professional development courses for the Russian language teachers. I would like to thank teachers and linguists for this joint work, for our joint efforts. I would like to wish the participants of this Congress fruitful work and all possible success. Thank you. We would like to pass the microphone for the welcoming remark to the first deputy of the Russian Federation Federal Council, Vladislav Nikonov. Dear friends, my most respected colleagues, I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of the State Duma of the Russian Federation, the Federal Council, also on behalf of the Russian world, on behalf of the Moscow State University, and also on behalf of many associations that are part of this Congress. I'm so happy to see so many loved and familiar faces sitting in front of me. I would like to thank all of you for being with us, for being here. Language. Beautiful, splendid, fabulous language. Something that is about beauty of the way it sounds, like a river or a creek, like an animal, like something beautiful, the beauty of prayer. The world of the Russian language is really splendid. It's splendid indeed. And it has predominantly female face. I paid my attention to this at the very first Congress of the MAPRYAL Association, which happened back in 2007 when the foundation of Russian World was founded. When I, for the first time, addressed MAPRYAL Congress directly. And actually, I spoke after Lyudmila Verbitska, who has already been mentioned here. And it is so symbolic that the 15th Congress is organized in St. Petersburg in its in her native city, where she is an honorary citizen and where she is loved and remembered by many people. Let us thank Lyudmila for everything she did for the beauty of the Russian language. She wanted the whole world to speak Russian, and she did a lot for this dream to come true. And at a certain point, unfortunately, some country that we considered to be a brother or a sister, they started killing people for speaking this language. This is an awful tragedy that separated our peoples, separated the world. But unfortunately, we didn't lose friends completely. They are sitting here in this room, and we're very happy to welcome, to host these people. We live in the universe where a friend indeed is a friend in need. And I'm pretty sure that all these challenges that we are coming through at the moment, we're going through at the moment, will make us stronger. Not only us, but the Russian language as well. Once, George Balanchine, a choreographer, was asked who he was by nationality, and he said that he had Georgian blood inside, Russian culture, but his nationality was St. Petersburg. And I suppose that this is something that reflects the Russian world and the world of the Russian language and literature. Referring to the Russian language, you should remember that this is not the language that has been given to everyone as a gift, as a present, but it has been given to us, being part of the Russian world and of the Russian culture. Nonetheless, this world is immense, it is huge, and it is fabulous. At the moment, the Russian language is the language that people choose to speak in many places of the world, even if it is not a native tongue, because this is the language which is the language of decolonization, intellectual decolonization being part of all this process. We definitely must decolonize our own mentality. The first world and the third world, we say sometimes. Why is it the first and the third? The humankind started from Africa. The biggest economies are India and China. Why are they first? Why do we refer to some countries as countries of the third world? We definitely must get rid of such things in our language. Or developed and developing countries. The developing countries are the majority, and they are still in development. And the developed means the development has already come to a halt. It has stopped. That's what we actually mean. And these examples can be continued, like democracy and democracies, autocracies, liberal world, which is based upon values. What sort of values they're based upon? Rules that they are trying to impose, again, can be questioned. At the moment, the Russian language is the language of international organizations, and at the moment, SCO is one of the organizations where Russian language is spoken, and also this is the language of the world culture, European culture being part of it. Because I remember the times when the European culture was absolutely great, and at the moment there is a question whether it will be the same in the future without Russian language and Russian culture. We do understand what is happening at the moment with the values over there. Russian language is the basis of Orthodox civilization.
The Russian language is also the language of Judaism, Buddhism, and Islamic culture. The Russian language is the language of those who have such values as the values of freedom, the values of justice, which is understood as the truth, the values of human dignity, and family as a union of a woman and a man, values of love and fidelity. These are the values which are promoted by the Russian language and the Russian world. At the moment, our country is facing a lot of challenges. The times are really difficult now. This is because the soldiers on both sides of the front call their mothers and use derogatory words in Russian. In 1943, in the city of Tashkent, Anna Ugorenko, who was half Russian and half Ukrainian, who wrote her poems under the name of Anna Akhmatova, wrote her famous poem. I'm sure you are familiar with this poem. This poem is about the times when courage is really necessary. Her poem was about people who were not afraid of dying in war. And the idea of the poem was to protect the Russian language and to save the Russian language forever. Thank you very much. I would like to say that the Russian language can be heard in the outer space. The next welcome address is from the International Space Station, from Sergei Prokofiev, Dmitry Petelin, and Konstantin Borisov, who are our cosmonauts. Please show us their welcome address. Dear participants of the 15th Congress of the International Association of Russian Language and Russian Literature Teachers. We're the cosmonauts of Roscosmos. We would like to welcome you. The importance of the Russian language cannot be overestimated. Tsiolkovsky and Mishersky wrote their scholarly works about space flights. The first artificial satellite was sent many years ago, and in 1961, the first man in space spoke words in Russian. There are lots of famous Russian scientists who spoke Russian. Nowadays, Russian is the language of international communication. It is also the language of international communication at the International Space Station. Every day we are doing our work on the International Space Station. Our work requires full mutual understanding and respect. That is why it is so important for everyone to speak Russian. Dear teachers of the Russian language, dear participants of the Congress, we all believe in the good and in the scientific knowledge. Therefore, we can believe that we are counterparts. We wish you new scientific discoveries, lots of energy and good health. Congratulations. This is not the final list of welcome addresses from our partners. We also received welcome addresses to the participants of the 15th Congress from the Minister of Education and Science, Valery Falkov, General Director of Rosatom Corporation, Alexei Likhachев, Deputy Minister of School Education, Evgeny Gribov. We also received welcome addresses from the CEO of Gazprom and special representative of the President of the Russian Federation, Viktor Zubkov. You can read these welcome addresses on the official website of the Congress. Dear colleagues, the opening ceremony of the Congress has come to an end. The plenary session is about to begin. We are going to listen to 7 presentations devoted to the major branches of Russian language studies. I would like to give the floor to our speaker, who will be talking about the status of the Russian language as the state language in Russia. I give the floor to Doctor of Law, Rector of St. Petersburg State University, corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, member of the steering committee of the Russian Foundation. So the floor is given to Professor Nikolai Kropachev. Dear friends, my mentor, Lyudmila Verbitskaya, used to say, "You are a good speaker, but you speak for too long." So Lyudmila Verbitskaya always advised me to read the text. So I will be following my notes, since I am going to talk about really important things. I'm also going to talk about things that allow for different interpretations depending on the target audience. I see that my counterparts from Moscow University understand what I mean. Now, a few words about how I became interested in Russian. I have always wanted to be a lawyer. However, my grandmother was a teacher of the Russian language and literature. Secondly, Lyudmila Alexeyevna Verbitskaya inspired my interest in the Russian language. When I became the first vice-rector at St. Petersburg State University, Professor Verbitskaya was doing her best to protect the Russian language. We have already talked about the Russian World Foundation today. And I would like to admit that it was me who wrote the letter to the president saying that it was necessary to set up such a foundation. The linguistic part was written by Professor Verbitskaya. However, I provided the rationale behind the establishment of the Russian World Foundation. And Professor Verbitskaya was really good at talking with important people. And the following thing happened next. Professor Verbitskaya, when she was already the president of the university and I was the rector of the university, asked me to come to her office. And she said, Professor Makropachev, we're discussing the issues of the Russian language. Would you like to help us? I listened to their deliberations and I realized that we could suggest some legal tools which could protect the Russian language. We conducted some research into this area. We looked into how this is done in different countries. And we wrote a number of books in collaboration with Professor Verbitskaya. Another important thing I would like to mention is that my interest in the Russian language was inherited by my daughter. My daughter has become a student and she's going to become a linguist. She has participated in Russian Olympiads 3 times. Now I'm going to read my text. The Russian language has a specific legal and social function. However, I would start with the legal function. The Russian language plays an important role in keeping traditional values. It unites people of our country. It helps them to pass official information between professional communities and officers, as well as professionals and general citizens. Moreover, the Russian language also sets up political goals which must be understandable and clear. And the language is a multifaceted thing. The studies of the state language in St. Petersburg State University, or rather Russian as a state language, began a few years ago. I can mention such areas of research as the readability of official Russian documents. Our psychologists, sociologists, and lawyers came up to the conclusion that if you want to understand official documents issued by our authorities, you need 3 qualities. First, you need higher education. Second, you need an academic degree. And thirdly, you must be able to read complicated documents. So how many people can understand legal documents? well, close to zero. And I believe you know what the implications are. We also study the indefiniteness in the legal documents. We study Russian as the official language of our country. The professors of St. Petersburg have published a number of books which are about the use of the Russian language in courts. I would like to emphasize that sometimes our lower courts use Yefremov's dictionary when they want to interpret words, and our courts of higher instances use other dictionaries or Wikipedia if they want to check the definition of some words. We have published a number of scholarly articles and made presentations at international conferences. We have also talked about research findings at the Council on the Russian Language. And the President gave his order to make some changes to the laws on the Russian language. We participated in task forces organized by the government and relevant ministries. In 2015, Professor Verbitskaya organized a special research institute which studies the problems of the state language. The director of this institute is Doctor of Law, Dean of the Faculty of Law, is here now. And he is also a member of the Presidential Council on the Russian language. One of the research findings is what we developed in 2009. In 2009, we came up with our own definition of the Russian literary language, which is used as a state language. Therefore, we make a difference between the Russian literary language and Russian literary language, which is used as a state language. We provided linguistic and legal rationale behind these research findings. And we also studied the use of the Russian language in such spheres as the economy, healthcare, transportation, and some others. These industries are highly significant. Therefore, the texts written for these industries should be understandable for a wide variety of people. I would like to reiterate that the requirements for the state language are specific, since this is a means of official communication, and this is also a tool for exchanging information between the representatives of authorities and general citizens. Besides, it's also the language of informational impact on the mindset of our citizens. So the Russian language is the state language of Russia. In 2005, a special federal law was passed. In 2023, the law was significantly amended. This law provides explanations of the provisions that it has, and these amendments were initiated by the President of the Russian Federation. This was done in 2020, and we were able to finally amend the law in 2023. So you see how challenging the work was. Current legislation on the state language provides for the protection of the Russian language due to different legal and other mechanisms. For example, the norms of the modern Russian literary language include the linguistic rules which are written in official dictionaries, reference books, and grammars. The government of the Russian Federation now sets up the rules for publishing and compiling such dictionaries and references. Among the amendments to the law, I would like to mention that there's a list of spheres where the Russian language should be used. For example, companies should use the Russian language in their official correspondence and official communications with the citizens. I hope this will help our citizens understand better what authorities want from them.
I would also like to mention that this is not only for the communication with the Russian citizens, but also with the people who come from abroad. Also, the use of the Russian language in the information systems, governmental systems, in the information which is aimed at different services and service customers. Like, for example, instructions to different or labels to different goods, like technical appliances, for example, instructions of using technical appliances. All these should be translated into Russian, being the state official language of this country. Also, publications of different advertisements, commercials, as well as video trailers. Of course, we need particular legal frames for all this, and this is something that we're going to do neatly. Also, a ban over the use of borrowed foreign words that do not have any analogues in the Russian language. This law states that the list of borrowed words, foreign words, which do not have any counterparts in the Russian language, should be included into the norm and reference books. This reference book is going to be just one. This is going to be one list. Because if we have several references, then the rule will not be working promptly. So, such clarifications are absolutely necessary, and some of the challenges must be resolved. For example, the assessment of a borrowed word, when it stops to be a borrowed word and becomes part of the contemporary official Russian language. For example, ecologist is the word that does not exist in reference books at the moment, or such word as leasing does not exist, although it is part of the Russian enactments and laws. Subsequently, it is in use, but it is not included into the reference books. Subsequently, we need further research in order to understand when a borrowed word can be used in the area of in the professional area and be jargon, and when it is a general word of the official Russian language. For example, whether such word as bullying, fake, could be included into the vernacular, into the general literature language, or it should be regarded a jargon or an argot as something that belongs to a particular professional or social group. We, legal guys, are not to take such decisions. You, linguists, definitely should be working hard on these issues. Some of such words, they have Russian counterparts, but they have stylistic connotations or negative connotations, for example. In order to retain such stylistic connotations in the area of the state official language, whether we should be using the borrowed words or the Russian counterpart, which sometimes is stylistically different, has different usage. Some of the words, they are just being introduced into the language, and whether we will need them or not is still a question. So without some additional explanation, such words are not clear to general public. I'll give you some examples. Arrogantly, which is arrogant. Adrocification, whether you understand the words. You are linguists, you do understand. Memodernism, ruralization. So all these words have no counterparts in our contemporary reference books and dictionaries. If you state them as words having no counterparts, this would mean that the words are, so to say, promoted to the contemporary language, whether we need them, whether we should stop this process. The contemporary position of the Russian language, not only inside the country but outside, require most active resolution of a number of challenges that I've just voiced. The first of which being law on the contemporary Russian language with the requirements to it as state official language of the country. The national integrity is something that is a paramount goal, but it does not explain all the necessary legal frames that are needed. Also, we need to recognize that we have a general communicative information integral space which guarantees the rights and the rules for the population of the country. We need federal law on the state language, which will allow us to correspondingly interpret its position and implement certain activities. Such guarantees must also word requirements to the Russian language when it is used as official state language of the country. These requirements must not be restricted only to random mandates or random letters and orders, but it should be systematic, of systematic character. We need requirements to the language of law and legal enactments. What sort of requirements I mean? I mean the requirements of being clear, transparent, and not dubious. Because ambiguities, dubiousness can be present everywhere, and definitely this will happen. For example, in our discussions, but definitely this should be avoided in the legal enactments, in laws, because that determines our rights and our responsibilities. Also, the recognition of contemporary norms of the Russian language when it is used as state language of the country must also include the complex of such requirements. These norms and requirements should not be seen as an attempt to impose certain rules on the native language speakers, but it should be just description of such rules in the phenomena of real language practice. It should also include all the norms, lexical, grammar, spelling, pronunciation. Education in the Russian Federation must promote Russian language as state language of the country, providing full-fledged communication opportunities in the official spheres of communication, and also providing the rights for the speakers, native speakers of this country. It should be reflected in the educational standards and educational curricula. Also, we should have particular requirements for those who are not native speakers and who migrate into this state. 70% of all the master students, they come from different educational facilities, not only inside the country but also outside. In the philology and arts department, we have approximately 30% of foreign students. Those people who study, for instance, history, and if they want to become masters in Russian or in history, they need time to start understanding each other if they come from different states of the world. Legal guys also need some time to understand each other. You are Russian language linguists, you understand each other. But history is taught in different languages. There are certain petty things which are hinders to understanding. Ask, for example, a colleague of yours from the Moscow University. They will give you a number of examples. Law students, before he starts speaking to his colleague, he asks what law school you come from. And for example, if it is Moscow Law School, they will start speaking mutual language immediately because the terminology is different. These are linguistic issues. They teach the language of law in a different way. And this is something that should be taken into account. And the fifth and the last but not least bullet point, the competences of the contemporary government officials must also have a number of control points over the use of the Russian language. These control measures must, first of all, control the laws, the implementation of laws and the provision of rights to the general population, especially if it is the Russian language native-speaking population. Only then the Russian language will be fully used as state language of the country. We would like to thank Nikolai Kropachev. One of the signs of the contemporary academic discourse is convergence of academic knowledge. Linguistics, pedagogy, and neuroscience enrich each other and nourish each other mutually. Speaking about the acquisition of the language, scientists always think about how this process can be facilitated. What are the mechanisms of the key antigenesis? When we speak about language and brain in the 21st century, this is the topic that the director of the Cognitive Research Institute, professor, doctor of philology, doctor of biology, member correspondent of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Tatiana Chernigovskaya. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Indeed, initially I'm a linguist and I'm a graduate of Department of Philology of St. Petersburg State University, and Lyudmila Verbitskaya used to be my teacher. She taught me starting from the first year at the university. Further on, I moved to other sciences, and the area that I'm going to cover at the moment, the area that I work in, are relevant to cognitive sciences. This is important to say because this year the cognitive sciences has been officially recognized as a new area of science. We have a document which at the moment is certified in the Ministry of Higher Education and Science. This is the area which unites different fields: mathematicians, neuroscience scientists, psychologists, linguists, and so on and so forth. So I will not be speaking about the Russian language per se, but I will speak about language as such. People are creatures who live in the world of different sign systems. This particular slide shows Greek alphabet. There is also a music code, music notes. People have music, and we are the only species that have music, and that's a separate question of what sort of phenomenon it is. And mathematics is another language. This is not all the set of languages that we have to deal with, but these are the main ones. We are Homo sapiens, Homo loquens, that means we are capable of speaking. We are Homo legens and scribenske, that means that we are capable of reading and writing, and we are Homo semioticus. Indeed, because the further we move on from the position of these signs, the more it becomes clear that the brain doesn't deal only with the signals, but it deals with particular with meanings. The language is not only means of communication, but it's the means of thinking. This is a sophisticated, very complicated instrument that is capable, that makes us capable of thinking. So coming back to the Russian language being in the scope of our attention today, we must understand that if we describe complicated, complex items, if this is complicated Russian literature or an oral discourse, a lot will depend on the level that we consider it at. For example, if you are to read a book by my colleague and friend Eugen Badalaskin, you need to know the Russian language very well. This is complicated type of literature. A human language is built differently from communicative systems of other biological species. One of the major disputes of science is the following. A human being is different from other neighbors on this planet in terms of quantity or quality. In terms of quality, we have cognition, we have communication systems. All living creatures have it. With some that would be chemical, mechanic, or something that we have much more difficult. Oh, this is quality. For example, Darwin thought that the difference is in quantity. It is pretty much the same, but we have more efficient systems. But that's a disputable issue. Our language is different from all other communication systems that living creatures utilize, because it is because this is a much more complicated system. The language, as I have already shown you, is of hierarchical structure. It is built from atoms like phonemes, but also there are syllable languages. Then that would be syllables. That's something that reminds me of a Lego type of cubes. For example, if a language has 17 type of phonemes, that would be 17 only, not 18, or 80, not 81. This set will be completely stable, but that's the only thing that is stable. More to that, all these atoms or molecules, they are installed into morphemes, words, phrases, and texts. A language competence, this is a system of basic universal rules and opportunities. Maybe they are genetically predisposed even, which exist for all languages of the world. These are the most basic but top important algorithms that are typical of anybody who has a genome of a human being. Although we have approximately 7,000 languages all over the world, I say approximately because we understand that a lot depends on counting whether it or recognizing something as a language or a dialect. Approximately 7,000, but they are different from one another. In all of them, nonetheless, we have the basic rules. Universal rules, basic rules, which I cannot describe for clear reasons. It is something congenital. It is inborn. And this is something that provides us the speech habit. Our language, unlike the languages of our neighbors in this planet. The so-called, they have closed lists. I mean the signal sign lists, like I want to eat, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, the so-called dictionaries or references. And it is, so to say, finalized. But with a human being, it's an open list. We have newer words. We have a lot depends on the social strata, on the professional activity, on many other reasons. And the main idea of our language is productiveness, the opportunity of creating a message which nobody created before you.
And we can receive this message and understand. And this is something new. Human genome has a lot of genes that are working for our brain. And this is the result of the millions of years of evolution. Many scholars want to know what specific genes, or rather what genes are specific to human beings. I cannot deliver you several lectures at the moment, so I'm just presenting you with significant questions. And is there a specific language gene which results in our language faculty? Well, this was a fashionable idea a few years ago. FOXP2 gene was discovered, and
По семьям это идет. Там и дислексия, там и невозможность вовремя или правильно освоить язык, разные вещи. Но я даже пишу, есть вот ген другой, FOXB1, B1, который, если нарушается, то рушится память. И это может привести, например, к нарушениям чтения. И если мы плохо соображаем, то мы можем сделать глупый, абсолютно неправильный вывод, что если поломан ген такой-то и чтение нарушено, значит, это ген чтения. Вот я вам сообщаю, что это неправильная логика рассуждений. Такие сложные вещи, как язык или память и разные виды памяти, внимание никогда не обеспечиваются одним геном, поэтому если вам кто-то это скажет или напишет, имейте в виду, что это или жулик, или просто ничего не знает. На самом деле этот ген есть, и он обеспечивает правильное строение нейронной сети в тех ее частях, которые отвечают за язык. Вот что важно. Он не занимается грамматикой. Клетки грамматикой не занимаются. Они занимаются совсем другой работой. И поэтому вот такое правильное построение нейронной сети дает человеку возможность освоить любой язык Земли как родной или любые другие языки, как вторые, третьи там, и так далее. У всех у нас, без исключения, сложнейшая нейронная сеть. Сейчас полагается говорить, что это 86 миллиардов нейронов, но еще недавно, и я сама, и все мы говорили, 100 миллиардов нейронов. Мне кажется, это совершенно не важно. Во-первых, пусть мне расскажут, как они их сосчитали. Вот просто хочу узнать, как можно сосчитать 100 миллиардов клеток. Но это не важно, все равно речь идет о сверхастрономических величинах. Это именно слова, которые употребляют. У каждой клетки может быть до десятков тысяч связей с другими местами в мозгу. И это приводит нас к кошмарной цифре, а именно квадриллион соединений в мозгу. Это невозможно даже представить себе. Поэтому все из нас, умные, глупые, гениальные, все имеют между ушами такое устройство, сложнее которого из всего, что мы знаем про Вселенную, нет ничего. Более того, эта сеть динамическая, она влияет от всего, куда мы попадаем. Вот у всех у нас, и у вас, и у меня сейчас перестраивается нейронная сеть.
Right now, our neural network is changing. Therefore, it's really difficult to study it. We know the areas in the brain which are responsible for our motor activities or in charge of our language. There are the areas in the brain which are known to you as well, and these are the areas which are responsible for the language. This is the Broca area, which is responsible for speaking, and the Wernicke brain, which is responsible for receiving the language. I would like to recall an English scientist, John Hewlings Jackson. He was the first scientist who paid attention to the role of the right hemisphere of the brain. The Nobel Prize was given to Roger Sperry and his team in 1981. And moreover, my doctoral degree also deals with this topic. Roman Jakobson who is, among other things, is a friend of Mayakovsky, delivered a lecture about brain and language in 1980 in New York. Then he published a book based on this lecture. I was the translator of this book. In this book, Roman Jakobson describes the role of the right and left hemispheres for the language, and this is a seminal work in this area. Many Russian scientists also studied the connection between language and brain. They are Alexander Luria, for example, who was a doctor, a linguist. He is the founding father of Russian neurolinguistics, together with Roman Jakobson and Vygotsky. Natalia Traugot was a scientist from St. Petersburg. I had a chance to work in her laboratory. I believe those who are experts in language acquisition and language disorders know this name. I would like to mention Bechterev and his granddaughter, Natalia Bechtereва. They studied the connection between language and brain as well. Professor Vyacheslav Ivanov was really enthusiastic about brain and language. He believed that exchange of information in your brain and in society are very similar. That is why scholars became so enthusiastic about this topic. They regarded brain as a model of what is happening in culture and in the society. Now I would like to mention Yuri Lotman in this regard. So the idea was, and I shared that idea, but now we understand that it is not that simple. Anyway, it was believed that the left hemisphere is responsible for mathematics and the right hemisphere is responsible for metaphors and emotions and so on. Is it so? No, it's not. If we have a look at it as a vector, then we'll see that we have two ends of the vector. But what is happening in real life? Mathematicians and physicists use intuition and metaphors as much as poets. Einstein wrote that imagination is stronger than knowledge, because knowledge is limited, while imagination is not. He also insisted that instinct is a gift of the heaven, while our reason is limited. We should understand that our intellect is not all-powerful. Sometimes equipment is not enough to make a discovery. Discoveries are made by our brains. Equipment is not the only thing that we need. What are we looking for in the brain? What do we want to find there? I'm also a senior research fellow in the Institute of Human Brain. I employed tomographs, MRI scans, PET scans, and so on. I know how this is done and what it means. Anyway, sometimes we say that we need expensive equipment, and if you ask the wrong question, then you shouldn't use this expensive equipment. Why do you need a philosopher in this situation? The philosopher is not a requirement of the etiquette. A philosopher is someone who is capable of thinking. A philosopher is someone who is able to pose a question and to assess the answer to this question. A philosopher is someone who who sees if the answer to the question is logical or not. So what are we looking for? Are we looking for objects? It would be unfortunate if we were looking for objects. Are we looking for mechanisms? To some extent, yes. Are we looking for algorithms? Yes, we are looking for algorithms. But algorithms are not the only things how our brain works. Are we looking for principles? How does the brain work in general? Yes, we are looking for principles, but how can we find them? I know I usually talk at length. I would like to reiterate that we regard brain as a complicated computer. What does it do? 100% of people believe that brain receives information from the outer world, from the doors and from the windows, from our sensory systems, from our eyes, from our skin, nose, and so on. It processes the information and responds. So there's a reaction-stimuli link here. This is what behaviorists describe. It's quite a simple thing. But this is not so. Or rather, this is so, but it is not limited by these reactions. We have a bottom-up approach here. We cannot conduct experiments on human beings. It's impossible for ethical considerations. However, we are conducting some experiments. I'm not talking about behavioral experiments, but about neural experiments. Let us say we conduct experiments on animals. We understand that we are more complicated, but still we can get some results from our experiments on animals. So we understand that we are similar, but we are more complicated. But this is not the right approach. You cannot take the brain of a mouse or of a raven or of a chimpanzee or an elephant or a dolphin and then say that we have something similar, but it is more complicated. No, this is the wrong approach. Dyson received a Nobel Prize in physics once he delivered a lecture in Moscow about birds and frogs in mathematics and physics. Then he published a scholarly paper on this topic in the review of the Academy of Sciences. And I believe this paper is not only about physicists and mathematicians. The same can be applied to linguists. There are bird scientists who are not interested in facts. However, they have a vision. They fly high and they see our planet, they see the fields and the seas. They're interested in experimental science only to some extent. And there are frog scientists. For example, I'm a frog myself. I like to work on the ground. I like to collect small facts. But I cannot fly high. Well, maybe it is not quite right, since he received the Nobel Prize. So I believe frog scientists should be given merit for collecting the linguistic facts. But this is not the only possible path. Our brain works with the meaning. Please have a look at this layout. This is how the links in the brain are shown. This is what is happening in the brain when a person is thinking about something. These are links. These are not neurons. It is not a picture. It's a video. It shows where it starts and where it goes. We have access to this information due to the modern equipment. The yellow line is something that has not been found in animals. These are the links which deal with semantics and with meaning. As a professional, I would like to say that meaning is everything. They are above all algorithms. They are more important than syntax. Language is a really complex system. However, meaning plays the first fiddle. When we study what is happening in the brain during thinking activities or speech activities, we should keep in mind that meaning plays the main role. This is how our brain is created. So we live in an ever-changing world. We see that there are changes in the lighting, there are changes in the sounds. You talk to your friends, and then your friends become your enemies. So everything depends on the context. I can even say that context is the main player. Who said, what said, when said, and so on. What happened 5 minutes before this and what happened 500 years before this. So how can our brain perceive the outer world, which is changing so dramatically? This is a big problem for the scientists. We know that we have specific rules. Sometimes I am asked about the subconsciousness and similar things. I am not against such things. However, I would like to get facts. Science is about facts. These are the rules of this play. And science involves facts, statistical information, and credibility of the results.
So if you ask questions to me as a scientist, I will openly tell you that most probably yes. The second answer will be, I don't know how it actually happens. So statistics does not exist because that's a single happening. Now let's move on to the end of my talk. We should keep in mind that with all the anthems and all the praises to Schopenhauer and all my love to ratio and ideal discipline of the thought, we should bear in mind that great bulk of information happens subconsciously. Subconsciously and unconsciously. Subconsciously and unconsciously are different words, by the way. By the way, if we had specialists here in brain and brain activity, they would probably start arguing right now. But I should say that similar questions on statistics by different specialists will be resolved in a different way. What sort of statistics can I actually collect from the from a tomograph, be it an MRI or CT? I would understand, it would provide you with different information. I, by the way, like to be a subject myself, and I would receive some information about my brain activity, and I would question it or interpret it differently from other specialists. And what about algorithms, by the way? Different algorithms of tomography will give us different data. A brain is far from being a computer. If it is compared to the computer, then that would come in a completely different realm, which would be artificial intelligence, which we're not discussing at the moment. The brain is, if it is a computer, then it's a different computer from the one that we know. A quantum computer, maybe it can be compared to it. So we should be looking not only in the rigid science, which comes from different types of tomographs and so on, tomographies and so on and so forth. And what happens inside our heads? We cannot get inside a human head, but we can study letters, diaries, pictures drawn by different people. When Pushkin, for example, crosses out words 100 times in one poem and adds pictures to it, we should analyze it not from the viewpoint of linguistics only. Why would he replace one word by another? How he thought when he rejected certain ideas and then he came back to them. I should say that we should analyze something I would call mental archaeology, something that would prompt us about what was happening inside the brain, what it resulted in. Creativity is a capacity of which is species-specific to human beings. We work with the strength and power of our heart and brain, because there are so many creatures in the world that have much better hearing, echolocation, they are capable of seeing ultra sounds and so on. We are not eagles, actually. We are far from that. There are other creatures that have much better capacities in terms of hearing and vision, for example, but we are capable of thinking. Not because we have good eyes and good ears, but because of the brain, something that is between these ears. That is why we need to be looking at us from the viewpoint, from a different perspective, from a different angle, from the viewpoint of art. If, save God, something happens with this planet and somebody comes over to this planet and looks at what is left after us, that would be not coffee machines. They would be considering art, they would be considering literature. Genius people are so-called locomotives to us, are drivers. They're better, cumulatively better than all of us. However paradoxical it may be, the study of the brain as a carrier and creator of meaning, this is something that we need to study. Part of the cognitive sciences at our university and in Moscow University, for example, my friend Anokhin, we are just friends and colleagues with academician Anokhin, who is the director of the Institute of Perspective Study of the Brain. They also think likewise. We speak about this with him, the fusion of neuroscience, linguistics, mathematics, and the language of art, which is very difficult to intervene into this discourse. These are different languages. And last but not least, in relation to this, the pedagogy, the cognitive science face great challenges. We need to use all this and to create something in order to educate people in a different mode. It's not just people who learn everything by heart. We don't need them any longer, because that would be artificial intelligence. That would be in the hands of the artificial intelligence. So we do not, we are far beyond this technical learning. The artificial intelligence has already been created. It is capable of doing a lot of things. I can actually speak about it for another lecture. But it is not capable of thinking. Thinking is something that belongs to us. And what's the role of a teacher then? When a child gets out of the mother's womb already with a gadget in his hands, what can a teacher do? The teacher can actually speak about basic things, but he already has this, artificial intelligence in his pocket. What should a teacher be doing? What's his role? How can we train such teachers? How do we train teachers? Do we get them from Mars? No, we need to develop them, but how? And last but not least, we can train the teachers. What about the parents? Do we have any academies for parents? Do they know what to do with their children? They do not own these children. Okay, I can, for example, ask you, the teeth are yours, but why do you go to the dentist? Why don't you why don't you care for your teeth yourself? I mean, why don't you treat these cavities yourself? The same can be said about children. So that's why we should not be hasty. We should stop and give it a thought. How do we survive in this new world without losing the basic concepts of reality? The virtual world may seem better than the real. Fakes, whatever you use, a borrowed word or not, the fakes do not change the situation. The fakes are much better. Exactly. The artificial reality is much better than the real world. How do we survive? We need to learn how to survive in it. That's a different world. It has already changed, whether we like it or not. And I would like to thank you for being patient with me. And actually, I decided to show this picture to you because at the background of a very rigid and rapidly changing world, we should not forget about everything that is human and humane. And in fact, the artificial intelligence, which I communicate a lot with, and I have a lot of friends who deal with it professionally, when I ask them, the artificial intelligence, will it see this girl with the peaches? Of course it will, because it can recognize visual images. But my question is whether it will understand it. Whether the artificial intelligence will understand the message, the idea behind it, the beauty of this art, or if the artificial intelligence sees the great movies by Chaplin whether the artificial intelligence will cry like a human being. If we are stupid enough to lose the capacity of thinking and feeling, then I suppose the humankind will come to the dead end. I'm sorry for speaking a bit too long. Thank you very much for being patient and listening to me. Dear Tatiana, thank you very much for your talk. I suppose that the round of applause you have been given is a sign of how the audience recognized this talk. Thank you very much for finding the opportunity in your tough schedule to join us. 11 years ago, there was a publication of a novel about the medieval healer that was the novel that was translated into 30 languages, and also it was a winner of a number of awards. And later on, there were other books published which also proved to be events. Each of them was an event. I would like to invite the Chief Research Fellow of the Institute of Russian Literature, the Pushkin House, member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, doctor of philology, a writer who will speak about the St. Petersburg reality of the myth. Thank you very much. I'm so much impressed by the talk by Tatiana, and I agree with every word she has said here. In fact, it's even difficult for me to start my talk after her. But I'm a left-handed, and actually I always confuse what sort of hemisphere is related to what function. In fact, I can relax because none of the hemispheres are related to particular functions. They're all jumbled. So I'd like to speak about the myth of St. Petersburg. I mean, a myth, scientifically speaking, not in terms of, evaluation. A myth sometimes shows reality much better than a reality itself, than a description abundant in different realistic details. A myth is not something that substitutes reality. It's just an opportunity to show a different level of truth, to show the same reality with different means. One of my colleagues wrote that he can write truth, and the only thing that he is afraid of is being deceptful or writing some sort of fakes. And if you are a dreamer, that doesn't mean you lie, but if you speak some truth, it doesn't always mean you are realistic and down to earth. What he wants to show is, speaking about St. Petersburg, we should definitely mention that it is sophisticated. It is so splendid that it should have been built from scratch on a completely strange site, sometimes on a bog. It is completely contrary to the Kitish city, for example. And the fact that Tinshans, the Sweden fortress, existed here previously, looks even more intriguing. A myth is something that doesn't come in shades and hues. If it is a steppe or a meadow, then it has no limits and borders. If you speak about characters and people, again, they come in some sort of utmost. A myth is something that is about emotion, that is about belief. I can tell you a story. I once needed to go to the editorial office of some magazine, but I needed to pay a visit to Dmitry Likhachov, who I was lucky to work with at that time. So I needed to sign some sort of document. And Dmitry, when I came to him, invited me to stay for lunch. And his wife also invited me. I could not reject such warm hospitality. And I stayed with them for lunch. Of course, I came to the editorial office 2 hours later. I am not happy when I come late. I explained it. I explained the reason why I came late, and I explained that I had lunch with Dmitry Likhachov, and people in the editorial office were surprised that he was eating at all. Actually, that was a myth, of course, a myth about that person, but that's how we saw that outstanding personality. One of the researchers once said that around Dmitry Likhachov we have a number of different myths and legends. I wanted to argue with them, but I asked myself, I asked him why myths do not come around you, but just him. It didn't happen by chance because he was such an outstanding person. An example of myth creation was Henry Schliemann. Again, a surprising personality, a very intriguing man who found Troya, and actually he was creating myths throughout his activity. He was jotting down in his diary some sort of unrealistic events, how he was a president of the United States, for example, and how he paid visits to Washington, D.C., and things like that. Schliemann believed that the myth can create a city. And you can find Troya just by Troy city by creating myths. But we know that myths function in a different way. But he actually found the Troy city. That's how he surprised all of us. He also created another myth, that the Troy city existed, but nobody wanted to be looking for Troy city by following myths. And you probably remember that he was the only person who did so. There were scientific reasons for finding a hill, an eagle hill in Turkey. And also Schliemann valued the initial beauty of the myth, which neglected precedents. Myth comes first. A myth is surprising in terms of balance between truth and created something that we create. And there is a beautiful poem about Schliemann, in which he was called a falsifier. And up to the end of his days, he didn't know that he was a forger and a faker. And very frequently, he spoke to his wife in a way that, in such a way that, in a way of, in a reality that he existed in. Sometimes, inside the myth, inside this membrane of the myth, the reality becomes truthful. That's the angle that we are going to perceive St. Petersburg in. What is the message of this city? The message is the following. We are Europe. We are most European Europe. It's a double espresso. That's the concentration of Europe that doesn't exist in any European city of the world. But this concentration paradoxically makes the city Russian.
The maximalism typical of Russian people allows us to prove to the world and to themselves that Russia is Europe. So this city is a highly European city, which in turn makes it a really Russian city. Well, what an opponent could tell me in order to challenge this idea? An opponent could say that St. Petersburg is not Russia. An opponent could say that behind the European facade there are things which are not connected with Europe. Well, an opponent has the right to have such doubts, but the myth is connected with the deeper layers. What do I mean? Let's have a closer look. Strange as it may seem, Russia is a truly European country. At first, it belonged to the Byzantine branch of the European culture. And this is something natural. Byzantine of the 10th century was the only superpower in the Middle Ages. Therefore, it was natural that Old Rus should become closer with Byzantine. Starting with the 17th century, Russia has taken the European vector. And now we see a reverse trend. Russia is changing the civilizational course, and it is inspired by the West. We see an opposition of different traditions here. I can give you an example of specific jokes translated from Polish into Russian. Old Russia existed between the good and the evil. Literature of old Russia was about ethics, not about aesthetics. Well, the good and the evil, the God and the devil. Literature is acquiring new qualities. Jokes usually tell us about some historic events. And there was a joke about a poet who comes to a military man, who comes to a military commander, who doesn't want to see the poet. He asks his servant to tell the poet that he's not at home. So the poet heard what the commander had said and came back home. A week later, the military commander comes to the poet, and the poet shouts out of the window, "I'm not at home." And the military commander says, "How can you say this? I can see you are at home." And the poet said, "I believed your servant, and you do not believe me." Such stories, such jokes were not always understandable. And in the first manuscripts of such jokes, the writers tried to identify who was good and who was evil, and the writers added some information to these jokes. In other words, the ethical system was being rebuilt. Then Russia changed its vector from Byzantine to the west. However, Russia maintained the Byzantine history. Therefore, Russia combines the East and the West. It combines the old and the new. Therefore, Russia has such a wide outlook. And St. Petersburg was the center of this process. People learned how to feel in St. Petersburg. They learned how to be gentlemanlike. We can describe it as the adolescence of our culture, and it's no wonder that the movements of teenagers lack elegance. However, in the 19th century, St. Petersburg saw the appearance of great literature. This great literature has the European form. However, it has a specific Russian content. This gives an ethical edge to the Russian literature, which it inherited from Byzantine culture. Vladimir Toporov wrote a book about St. Petersburg text. I'm not going to elaborate on this topic. I'm sure you are familiar with this book. I would like to say a few words about specific features of St. Petersburg myth. And I believe poetry will help us with this. A myth is something unstable. Therefore, it's really difficult for the prose to penetrate into the myth. Prose likes finished utterances, while poetry is really good at making hints. Therefore, poetry can use unfinished sentences. The prose wants to make full stops, but sometimes it is not necessary. Sometimes there's a feeling of partial understanding. This is what Georgy Ivanov described in one of his poems, in one of his famous poems. He wrote a poem about St. Petersburg. He wrote a poet about what he understands about St. Petersburg. In other words, St. Petersburg is a mythical city. Therefore, Georgy Ivanov doubts if St. Petersburg really exists. And if it does, then how does it exist? The specific feature of St. Petersburg is that it combines different epochs. And I believe Alexander Galich wrote a poem about this specific feature of St. Petersburg, where he emphasized that St. Petersburg is a unique city. We can say that events go in circles in St. Petersburg, since myth has its own time. And I would like to say that Alexander wrote his famous poem about this movement, this circular movement in St. Petersburg. His poem is about the vicious circle that we may see in St. Petersburg. So St. Petersburg is above the time. and St. Petersburg and poets who live in St. Petersburg write about this feature of St. Petersburg. Now I would like to mention Anna Akhmatova, who also wrote poems about St. Petersburg. She described the Neva River as the Lith River. However, this doesn't interfere with the everyday life of those who live in St. Petersburg. Once there was a famous bookshop, life of books in St. Petersburg. Now I would like to give you an image. This image precedes the revolution of 1917. Strange as it may seem, but this is the summit of St. Petersburg myth, when the myth replaced the reality. It was both funny and sad at the same time. For example, Ivanov recollects how Ivanov and Mandelstam compiled a collection of poems. They wanted to distribute the book, so they included Alexander Blok in the list of publishers. And then it happened so that Mandelstam found only Alexander Blok's name in the book, and the others were hidden under the phrase "and others." So I believe that it is really similar to the sound of a broken string. It doesn't have a specific meaning, but Chekhov plays are nothing without this sound. There's another interesting phenomenon I'm going to discuss. Nabokov, in one of his novels, writes that his contemporaries experienced nostalgia before it even began, so they had an ability to see themselves years later. Ivanov also wrote a poem which is devoted to Anna Akhmatova. This poem is about St. Petersburg. It is about Anna Akhmatova as well. So the time goes in vicious circles. Therefore, St. Petersburg is the beginning and the end. St. Petersburg is something where we will definitely meet. 25 years later, Georgy Ivanov will write in one of his poems that 25 years were spent abroad, and therefore Nizza became his native country. However, he still remembers St. Petersburg, despite all his years abroad. Poetry of St. Petersburg is an echo of many poets. It's an echo of those who are regarded to be the silver age of Russian poetry. In other words, poetry is the culmination of St. Petersburg myth. It provides a feeling of tragedy and a feeling of instability. There's a feeling that St. Petersburg has lost its connection with reality. The overall picture was complemented by the movements of the trams. There's a famous picture which shows the trams going along the frozen Neva River. And it was similar to walking on the water. So the trams were going on the frozen river. Books were published. People had to memorize what was happening because reality didn't disappear. And reality interfered very persistently. St. Petersburg changed its name twice and then stopped to be the capital of Russia. And there's an interesting point I would like to emphasize. Once Dmitry Likhachev delivered a presentation in Novgorod about the capitals of Russia. He made a presentation about Novgorod and Kiev, St. Petersburg and Moscow. So St. Petersburg was an outer capital and Moscow was an inner capital. So the context, and the overall environment made one or the other capital more significant. In this regard, it was not a coincidence that the capital was moved to Moscow. Therefore, the metaphysics left the city. The energy of power left the city, and the metaphysics stayed in the city. I believe that the transfer of the capital to Moscow was useful to some extent. If St. Petersburg had continued to be the capital, then we would have built Kalininsky Prospect here, which looks alien in Moscow. However, St. Petersburg was left untouched to some extent. This is the result of Moscow becoming the capital. Moreover, literature was something that saved St. Petersburg in Soviet times. St. Petersburg, or rather literature, was something where you could find your place, where you couldn't be arrested. People moved to the world of literature. This is how this city is constructed. There's a place for everyone here. It combined historical figures and literary characters. Their specters are still walking the streets of St. Petersburg. Sheremetyev Count had a palace here, and you can imagine Oblomov in one of the streets if you remove the books from the streets of St. Petersburg. Spectres do not like changes. There are no modern buildings in the historic city. Therefore, we can create an illusion that time goes in circle, or that time doesn't exist here. As a result of wars and revolutions, the composition of the citizens of St. Petersburg changed over time. We cannot say that it renewed itself, because this is the result of the tragedies. However, it's worth mentioning that everyone who came here became a real citizen of St. Petersburg. You can live here only if you follow its rules. Finally, I would like to say a few words about the islands. We are the islanders. We live on 42 islands. And the mindset of islanders is independent. Besides, we do our best to get to the bottom of everything. I have heard numerous times that if you come to the western part of Yelagin Island, you can see the sunset. Then you can walk along the island to its eastern point and see the sunrise. I've never done it myself, since I'm a lazy person. I don't know if it is myth or not, but I suspect that Alexander Pushkin played his role here. He wrote about this sequence of events in one of his poems. Still,
I suppose that this is something that I would describe as a remarkable event. I'm not going to test it even for myself, because something should be left as a myth. The idea that the sunset can be immediately followed by the sunrise is something that gives me optimism. And it's clear that such things can be possible in St. Petersburg alone.
Дорогие друзья, мы продолжаем.
Dear friends, we are going to continue the work of our plenary session. Please take your seats. In the scope of our attention, our next speaker, are Russian studies in China. This country has over 1,600 Russian language teachers, which is taught to over 69,000 students. 26,000 are students who major in the Russian language and Russian literature. In 160 universities, they train linguists in the area of Russian linguistics. We are happy to invite the president of Chinese Association of Russian Language and Literature Teachers, the vice president of the Beijing University, Professor Minzi. She will speak about her experience of teaching Russian to Chinese students within the last 40 years and their achievements in this area. Dear colleagues, for me it is a great honor to be one of the speakers and to represent the Chinese Association of Russian Language and Literature Teachers in this great venue. In the recent 40 years, the changes within our cooperation have reached unprecedented proportions, and we have good civilized dialogue between major countries of the world, which exercised paramount impact over the teaching and learning of Russian in China. And I would like to say that we have vast experience in this area of approximately over 40 years, but nonetheless we come across a number of challenges. First of all, we face an important goal of improving the quality of education in the area of Russian language and training qualified staff. In the recent 40 years, we have had a number of publications showing lessons that were learned in the area of teaching Russian in China. For example, 60 years of teaching Russian in New China, which was published in 2011, and many others which are shown on the slide. Subsequent articles also show our achievements in this area in different periods of Chinese history. First of all, we also should take note of the challenges that we face in the area of professional training and education when we educate Russian language linguists. And also we need to speak about the strategy for the future. Thus, such publications show full-fledged situation of teaching Russian and Russian literature in China. Also, I should mention the most significant achievements of teaching Russian in China. First of all, we have achievements in the area of training specialists in the area of Russian linguistics. Within the 40 years of development, we gradually shifted from training economics and in the initial period of openness towards full-fledged Russian language education, and definitely it reflected in our programs for training linguists. We have particular models of training which starts from talent hunting. Then we have other models which are mainly grounded on the interdisciplinary nature of Russian language, of teaching Russian language and training linguists. I should say that training and teaching Russian English has transformed from scholastic to comprehensive. In the Chinese higher educational establishments, we have multi-tier, full-fledged system of training Russian language linguists according to the data, to the statistic data. At the moment in China, we have approximately 180 higher educational facilities that have programs in the Russian language training. Approximately 1,700 teachers and almost 28,000 students. Over 230 other universities at the moment are ready to open extracurricular Russian language classes, and also we have over 400 teachers and 28,000 students that would choose Russian language as first or second foreign language learned. Apart from that, in China, we have gradually increasing number of high schools that choose to teach Russian language. In terms of the number of hours of tuition, we have regional peculiarities. Although this development is uneven, it is not homogeneous, but nonetheless it gives an impetus in terms of learning and teaching Russian in China. More to that, achievements in the area of culture exchange between Russia and China. In within more than 70 years of learning Russian in China, we can break these 70 years into two periods. The first decade after the setup of the Chinese People's Republics, teaching foreign languages was mainly about educating Chinese in the area of breaking technologies and the experience of the Soviet Union, as well as sending Chinese students to Russian educational facilities in order to acquire knowledge and experience, as well as inviting specialists with a technical knowledge which will allow us to rapidly improve our economy. In the recent 40 years, starting from the beginning of the 21st century, the cultural exchange between Russia and China has been strengthening. Apart from the standardization of our field, we also speak about diversification in this area, and also we need professional development of teachers. Within this period, we also have diversification of function, and thus Russian language is becoming an ever important instrument of communication in different disciplines and areas of knowledge. And also we have an important role of cooperation between two countries, which is again based upon the knowledge of Russian language. We have a number of exchange programs. For example, the program which is related to the translation of classical and contemporary literature from Russia and China. This project was initiated in May 2013, and at the moment, in August 2019, in both countries, there were 94 items of literature translated. Mainly, it is in the hands of higher educational facility teachers in both countries. There are several teachers and outstanding linguists and translators from both countries that come together within the realm of this project. So these outstanding people do not only train linguists in the area of Russian language and literature, but they are also part of the international exchange, cultural exchange program between China and Russia, and they facilitate the expansion of Russian language and culture in China and vice versa. And also they pass on not only knowledge but also cultural values. The impact into the cooperation between China and Russia also is seen in the area of education and enlightenment. In the recent 40 years, the higher education in China has changed greatly. The achievements in this area also attracted the attention of the corresponding community in Russia. I would like to say that we have unprecedented business cooperation between higher educational facilities, and we discuss mechanisms of its further development. So the first mechanism is creation of different associations between Russian and Chinese universities. Starting from 2011 up to 2019, there have been created 12 international associations between higher educational facilities of Russia and China, including Association of Technical Educational Facilities, Art Association, as well as the classical universities of Russia and China, which included Beijing University and Moscow University as presidents from both countries. These associations have played an important role in strengthening cooperation between China and Russia, between the universities, and also we run successful exchange programs of both teachers and learning, and teachers and students. So we have teacher and student mobility programs, and there are different other forms of activities within this association in the area of higher education at different levels in different areas of knowledge. The scale and the number of universities taking part in this association and in these activities are really impressive, and they surpass the previous periods of our history. I should also mention that all the participants of this association are supported by professional associations, which again provides a good platform for strengthening international cooperation and in-depth cooperation between Russia and China in different fields of science. Definitely, the demand in teaching Russian is unmet at the moment. We have broad opportunities for further development of such discipline as Russian linguistics in Chinese universities. I would like to say that teaching Russian language to Chinese in higher educational facilities will broaden the horizons for Chinese students. Definitely we need to overcome a number of limits in this respect. So the experience within our 40 years, the most important part of this experience is continuous strengthening in the understanding of importance of the Russian language, also expanding the expanding research in this area, as well as improved methodology and improved methods of teaching. Also, if we speak about the values that we nowadays understand, we should mention our exchange programs, which would be, and it's not good to concentrate only on the language command and language competence.
We must integrate the studies of Russian literature and Russian culture when we train specialists. This will allow us to follow the traditions of teaching the Russian language and expand the areas where we train specialists. This will also allow us to meet the requirements. Now, I would like to emphasize that in the multipolar world, the Russian language and Russian literature deserve a lot of attention. Teaching of the Russian language provides for the exchange of resources and intellectual exchange between Russia and culture. Besides, this also promotes ideological and cultural exchanges between China and Russian-speaking countries under the Belt and Road Initiative. Finally, it promotes communication and integration between different countries and cultures. Next, expanding key areas connected with Russia. which includes Russian studies and studies of the Russian language. The language is closely connected with literature, history, philosophy, and society. The topics of research are identified by their relevance and accuracy. Moreover, the research should be feasible. Nowadays, teaching Russian in China should include the study of Russia itself. We should pay attention to its culture, literature, customs and traditions, as well as other aspects. We should also pay attention to Russia's modern society, the economy, politics, everyday life, and so on. This will allow us to better understand real Russia and provide solutions to relevant issues which arise within the framework of Chinese-Russian relations. The past 40 years have seen many limitations when it comes to teaching Russian in China, as well as when it comes to speaking skills and skills upgrading. Moreover, there are also outdated educational concepts. If we want to change the situation, we must create a more favorable environment for teaching Russian and develop a research-based approach. Over the past 40 years, teaching Russian in China has achieved lots of good results. We still do not meet the requirements. Still, it is not enough to facilitate cooperation and strategic partnership between Russia and China. The number of students who study Russian in China is not that big. Some secondary schools provide courses in Russian. However, there's a lack of qualified teachers. Therefore, it is difficult to find qualified teachers of Russian language for universities. Facilitating cooperation and exchanges between China and Russia in different areas requires that we develop teaching Russian in China. It should be up-to-date teaching. Therefore, we need to create and provide facility building. Besides, I believe we should be committed to teaching Russian in China. The dynamics in Russian-Chinese relations and development of humanitarian exchanges between Russia and China are becoming really significant. Chinese Association of Russian language teachers and Russian language teachers will do its best to promote teaching the Russian language. Besides, in cooperation with our Russian colleagues, we are committed to telling Russian-Chinese history and facilitate Russian and Chinese cooperation. Thank you. We thank Professor Nintsey for her presentation. Studying a foreign language is impossible without knowing the cultural aspects. At present, specialists in education, language education, focus on intercultural skills. What should be the cultural aspect of a textbook on Russian as a foreign language? Now we give the floor to a famous scholar, member of the International Committee of the European Institute on Emotional Education in Barcelona, Professor Anatoly Berdichevsky. Dear colleagues, Charles Fries is a famous American linguist and philosopher. In 1945, he wrote that a grown-up person who speaks his native language can study a second language very quickly if he has appropriate training, has good textbooks, and cooperates with his teachers. Dear colleagues, I don't think that there's any any teacher of a foreign language who is not interested in what textbooks we have. It looks as if textbooks are really important, but why can't we solve this problem? First, it is still significant that the textbook is a model of the implementation of the system of foreign language teaching, which implements the specific features of a specific pedagogical system. In other words, a textbook is a model of the system implementation. And the method of teaching a foreign language, according to Professor Pasov, include the theory and technology of foreign language teaching. What methods can we enumerate? What systems of teaching Russian as a foreign language exist? First of all, teaching Russian as a foreign language in the language environment. In this regard, Russian as a foreign language can be taught as a first, second, third language. Secondly, Russian language can be taught outside the language environment. This is when we teach Russian as a first, second, third, etc. language at schools, universities, and so on. This also includes teaching Russian as lingua franca, as a language of international communication. This is a relevant issue since Russian is used by native speakers of other languages use Russian as a language of communication. Russian language is also taught in bilingual schools. I'm talking about schools where subjects are taught in different languages. And we use a specific method of teaching when we teach Russian to Slavic students. It can be taught both inside and outside the language environment. And we need separate textbooks for each of these methods. Another issue I'm going to focus on. There's a misunderstanding. And our inability to accept the changes. Now, we are not focused on the knowledge. The paradigm itself has changed. The philosophy of education has changed. According to Professor Basov, the communicative aspect as a philosophy has expired itself. At our Congress in Warsaw, we talked about the communicative skills. However, starting from 1990s, we have been using other aspects as well, since the communicative aspects is not enough. Therefore, if we follow the same approach, we must take a shift from the communicative aspect to the dialogue of cultures. In other words, we must change the whole educational system. According to many philosophers of culture, communication is a one-way information process which goes from the sender to the receiver. Professor Kropachev has mentioned that lawyers sometimes do not understand each other, and this is communication. Communication is about monologues. In other words, communication helps us understand at the level of the language. However, talking to each other is a bilateral process. When we can talk to each other, we can understand each other. So communication provides for understanding at the linguistic level. When we began international exchanges between students, it became clear that sometimes they didn't understand each other. We organized international exchanges between really good students. And it turned out that they still did not understand each other. I would like to give you an example here. I suggested them writing diaries. An Austrian schoolgirl wrote the following thing. Russian students are really strange. She didn't drink all her glass of water, and she watched me wash the dishes. And the Russian girl wrote, well, nobody offered me a glass of wine, and nobody gave me a refill. However, it's really something unusual for the Russian culture not to get a refill. And in Austria, you get a refill only after you have drunk up the glass of water. So we are now seeing the change of the paradigm. So the communicative method of teaching is different from the intercultural method. A dialogue in a foreign language is a dialogue of two foreigners, of two subjects of culture. this principle is not always followed by the authors of the textbook. But we should keep in mind that we cannot impose the models of interaction between the representatives of one culture onto the intercultural communication. In textbooks, sometimes this principle is disregarded. So I would agree with Professor Pasov that for educational purposes, there is no border between language and culture, and language is part of culture. Perfect time is part of culture, just of a German cathedral.
That is why, most probably, we should step aside from such form as seeing separately language and culture. We should educate in culture, language being one of its aspects. So we cannot teach just language, it's language and culture. And the methodology should also grasp that. So we speak about the changed paradigm and philosophy in teaching, and we change it towards intercultural education. Intercultural education is the process of personal development related to the acceptance and recognition of other cultures, and as well as specific forms of behavior of different cultural representatives. We have actually been there for 25 years. We say that we have a department of intercultural communication, but we do not change the curricula inside. And we need to change not only the aims and goals of education, but the content, the forms and the methods of teaching. That is why we should also step aside from such concepts as education and teaching, upbringing and teaching. It should be one integral process. One of the conferences, Education and Development in the 21st Century, that's the title of one of the conferences, but education comprises four components. It's education, that means development of speech habits, including communication, interaction, upbringing, ethical and moral norms. Development, that means speech habits, speech norms, psychological functions, psychiatric functions even, as well as the cognition of culture, language being part of it. So if we change the philosophy as such and shift towards education, that's why we need to take this into account, take all these aspects into account and include them into the course books. The methodological system, and I'm not revealing a secret here, includes methods, forms, and aims of education. Intercultural competence. This is something that we need to include in the course books. That means that it should rely upon the complex of knowledge and skills which allow an individual to be successful in the process of intercultural communication. That means adequately assess communicative situation, effectively use the verbal and nonverbal means, implement in the process and practice of communication all the intentions, and also to to check the results of communication by means of feedback. Intercultural competence and communication include the knowledge of the following: why you should say it this way, including such aspects as what to say and how to say. I mean, communicative competence and language competence, or linguistic competence. And linguistic competence means linguistic skills and knowledge. As a result of this intercultural or competence, we shall achieve mutual understanding in the process of intercultural interaction or dialogue between subjects of culture. And I would like to stress this. It's not just two cultures that communicate. We teach subjects of culture to communicate between themselves. We are not speaking about culture as such. We speak about country studies, culture studies. We compare cultures and traditions, but here we speak about the cultures of dialogue or interaction subjects. As levels of intercultural competence, we can detect cognitive level when our student has certain knowledge about communication patterns, and this is something that we have had in our country studies and culture studies courses when we just compared cultures. And very frequently we stop there. But now we speak about the next level, affective level. This is mastering skills, an opportunity of walking in the shoes of the interaction counterpart. And if there is a conflict, then we should have the capacity to understand this conflict and what norms resulted in it. And communicative and behavioral level, when the student already has the skills of particular actions or taking particular action in intercultural situation. This is something that we should include in the books. The next aspect is the content of intercultural education in the course books. Within the content, we definitely should look at culture as part of the general culture of humankind, as which is mastered by a student in the process of foreign language education, or as a form of communication between people representing different cultures. And acquisition of such content can undergo the formula proposed by Professor Pasov, culture through language, language through culture. But culture here is for the brevity of the form. Definitely we speak here about the types of skills. So that actually means acquiring culture in the process of speech and language application, and also acquiring means of interaction and communication based upon learning and acquiring cultural norms and patterns. Means of intercultural education. These are nationally oriented course books, as well as the course books on Russian as foreign language, which are based upon the principles of intercultural education with the target to form the intercultural competence of students. The fourth aspect that occurs, it's a challenge which is related to the course book development, because developing course books is utterly difficult. You can be a brilliant teacher, a wonderful professor, and a great linguist and a philologist. You can even lecture on language teaching methodology, but developing a course book is a different type of thing. And it's not just about complexity of the process, but the thing is that an author of a book is a separate profession, where such professionals are trained nowhere. So course books are at the moment developed by absolutely anybody. Just a couch potato, lazy bones will skip it. And definitely we need to understand that there are different levels of material development in terms of complexity of the system. If you grade them, you can have the following ladder, so to say: methodological set of materials, then a course book, a whole series, up to the whole series of course books. Very frequently, the authors confuse them. and they just refer to it as a course book. But generally speaking, you can understand that a course book and a teaching pack or study pack are completely different sort of things. It mainly relies upon a sequence of drills and exercises, as well as staged and gradual development of different skills and competences. Very frequently, the authors refer to it as a course book, although it is just a set of materials, or they call study pack something that is just a course book. And these are different concepts, and also there are guidance papers that we can speak about. A guidance paper is somewhat different from a course book, and my colleagues very frequently do not know the difference between the two. So the system of intercultural education definitely should be understood. First of all, it must include a clear-cut goal. This is, first of all, training to be in good contact with another culture, with adequate behavior in the conditions of an alien culture. And we need to form intercultural competence of a personality in order for this person to be successful and achieve mutual understanding in the process of intercultural dialogue. In terms of the content, it must be foreign culture within its dialogue with the native culture. There are different units, by the way, that it might include. And first of all, if we speak about this changed philosophy, we need to change the units as well. What would be the unit of teaching? And generally speaking, when I call for changing this philosophy, that would also imply changing the course books, and very frequently I'm criticized for that. So as units, these are relevant for the intercultural contact, texts and discourses which are related to the pragmatic, socio-cultural and psychological, as well as other factors. Also, in the course book, there are methods of teaching that could be interactive methods, in the center of which is the process of intercultural dialogue with the particular models that I mentioned above. That is why the development of an intercultural course book or study pack must first of all depending on the status of Russian as a foreign language, and I highlight this red. These are drawbacks in the contemporary books, as well as the forms of education, distant, correspondence course, contact, mixed, as well as the age groups of students. Depending on the status, the books very frequently are missing this status. When it comes to the study pack, it must include a course book and workbook, as well as the book for a teacher's book. If you comply with all the requirements to the course book, if there are scenarios of or rationales of lessons with a staged formation of skills and speech habits, that I suppose the teacher's book is not needed. What should you include in the teacher's book if all the teaching materials are very well developed? The course book should include it all. Everything should be reflected in the course book, and then the teacher's book is not needed. The third one, this is taking into account the levels of general European competences of foreign language skills and knowledge, or level or command, starting from A1 up to C2. And now it is highlighted red as a drawback. Please do not criticize me vigorously. The reflection in the course book methodological system of forming skills, phonetic, lexical, grammatic, as well as the development of skills in different aspects such as speaking, listening, reading, and writing. In none of the books, I haven't seen all of them, I admit this, but the system of forming skills, for example, grammar, is not there. What is a skill? This is automated knowledge. To automate any knowledge, you have to undergo, or any student has to undergo 5 stages. I very frequently see just one. A colleague from knowledge passes on to skills immediately within 1 stage, but the skill needs 5 stages to be automated. So then a well-experienced teacher will need to supply additional exercises to this course book or study pack. The 5th idea, it must model intercultural situation of communication within all 4 language skills. I mean, communicative pattern of this learning and teaching must be present in all 4 types of skills. Our student must need communication, oral, written. We develop skills. Very frequently, we methodologically make a mistake because we form skills, but we develop a knack of something. So intercultural content of a course book is utterly important, and also we must take into account the peculiar features of using Russian language as international in communicating with native speakers of a 3rd language. This is extra-cultural functioning of a language. If I communicate in English with a Hungarian guy, for example, there is no British or American culture between us. It's just lingua franca. The same must be relevant for the Russian language. It's just a language for communication, for international, extra-cultural communication. These are the books that do not exist. And also, dear colleagues, we have this testing, which is very trendy nowadays. We have testing practices, and which, by the way, are separate course books, and they are published for the students who live in the language environment, who are exposed to the Russian language all the time. And they are not relevant to those students who learn Russian outside of this culture, outside of this continuous language exposure. This is what Noam Chomsky tells us, a very well-known linguist and philosopher. We are losing the childhood. The educational curricula which were created during the Bush and Obama, in fact, are much more suited for the Navy or for the military. The teachers are within the frames of instruction. The same happens with children who are just doomed to different tests and exams. And I'm pretty sure that such approach is quite conscientious, and art and independence are considered to be dangerous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Berdichevsky. MAPRYAL celebrates its 56th anniversary this year. However, I would like to say a few words about the Association of Teachers of the Russian Language and Russian Literature in Bulgaria. The chairperson of this association is the assistant professor of the Department of Foreign Languages and Applied Linguistics. member of the MAPRYAL Presidium, Antonia Pencheva, is going to talk about the development of Russian studies. From Varna to St. Petersburg, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, the 15th Congress is an anniversary Congress, and the association itself is 56 years old. This is a mature age. This is the time when we make assessments of the past and think about the future. Many of you remember that the 10th Congress of 2003 took place in St. Petersburg. After that, the congresses were held in a number of countries and a number of cities. And this is the second time that St. Petersburg hosts the Congress. According to Lyudmila Verbitskaya, MAPRYAL congresses are the main stepping stones in the development of our association. The Congress allows us to come together and discuss the relevant issues of Russian studies. Let us have a look at the main stepping stones and have a look at the dynamics which we saw over the past 16 or 15 years. The traditional approach of the past 20 years is the structural description of contemporary Russian language. It discusses the semantic and structural aspects of different linguistic levels. It also focuses on phonetics, lexical aspect, and grammatical aspect. The 13th Congress in Granada, we saw a trend to a complex study of linguistic phenomena. The linguistic units were looked at from a broad perspective, from cognitive, discourse, and anthropocentric perspective. At the Congress in Nur-Sultan, we focused on the grammatical and lexical aspects from different approaches. The 13th Congress in Shanghai focused on the role and place of the Russian language in the state and in international communication. The Congress also focused on the functions of the Russian language in Russia and abroad. It also presented research findings connected with the legal status of the Russian language in Russia and CIS countries. For example, it discussed the accessibility of legal texts to a wide range of people. Russian is a language of intercultural communication in CIS countries and in some other countries. At the 13th and 14th Congresses, we discussed the sociolinguistic studies. These congresses presented a discourse analysis of the Russian language and its functions in different spheres, including political communication and internet communication. The scholars focused on studying the functioning of the Russian language in CIS countries. The Congress in Shanghai opened a new avenue into the research. The scholars discussed such concepts as the Russian world, the Russian mindset, and Russian culture during globalization. The scholars also discussed the Russian linguistic personality. The next Congress is also focused on the cognitive and cultural aspects of the Russian language, the issues in preserving the linguistic identity. The scholars also focused on the reflection of the national mindset in culture and literature. Afterwards, the focus shifted to cultural studies and to providing the most effective way of presenting the linguistic material. The dynamics of linguistic changes have a long history. It allows us to see the dynamics of the Russian language, as well as understand what contemporary Russian language looks like and what defines its development over the past several years. I'm talking about political, demographic, and cultural aspects. At the turn of the centuries, cultural studies became part and parcel of humanities. The anthropocentric approach came into vogue. We discussed different theoretical issues, including trends in communication, as well as specific aspects of studying Russian and Russian culture. We also saw that there was a shift in cultural stereotypes, and a dialogue of culture was also focused on. At the Congress in Varna, speech activities and functional types of the Russian languages included the research into different areas, including the strategies and tactics of communication. We focused on the role of the speaker and the listener in the dialogue. We also analyzed the changes of the Russian language. We listened to the presentations which focused on the use of the Russian language. We analyzed also the use of mass media language and the functioning of the Russian language in new discursive environments. The participants of the Congress also focused on the internet communication, which can be regarded as a specific type of the Russian language. The communicative and pragmatic aspect of the study came to the forefront at the Congress in Shanghai. The participants talked about legal linguistics, which is designed to conduct linguistic assessment. And we have a round table which is devoted to legal linguistics. At the Congress in Granada, it was decided to conduct research into pragmatics. At the 15th Congress in Nur-Sultan, we listened to a number of presentations on pragmatics. We discussed the technologies of linguistic manipulation on the internet. Besides, we discussed the semiotic and axiological aspects of religious, political, and fiction discourse. Professor Kostomarov made his presentation about a new approach to stylistics. This new approach suggested a new system of coordinates, which can help us describe the use of different linguistic units. The 11th Congress in Varna identified the problems in intercultural communication. We discussed the issues connected with the functioning of the Russian language in CIS countries. We discussed different variants of Russian, as well as ethnic, psycholinguistic, sociocultural, and pragmatic aspects of intercultural communication. Furthermore, we also discussed the trends in the Russian language which exists in the multi-language environment. The lexicographic description of the Russian language usually focuses on the development of different dictionaries, linguistic and cultural dictionaries, encyclopedic dictionaries, and reference books. I find it relevant to talk about the scientific framework for digital dictionaries, since they take into account the digitalized forms of the dictionaries. Moreover, we should focus on the development of different course books and dictionaries, which are the result of the combination of lexicographical and methodological concepts. Comparative studies have been of interest to our scholars for quite a long time. Comparative studies are conducted at various linguistic levels. They identify linguistic correspondences, different grammatical categories, and trends in modern word use. The linguistic patterns allow us to overcome the difficulties which arise in teaching Russian. Translation is a part of linguistic mediation, is part and parcel of intercultural communication. Lack of translation makes it impossible for cultures and languages to interact. Presentations about translation usually focus on contemporary translation studies, Such presentations also talk about translation problems and interpretation in translation. A central place is given to the translation of fiction and poetry. The participants discuss about the conveying of different symbols. The Congress in Kazakhstan suggested the use of a new term, the cult of translation studies. Translation in the area, in the sphere of professional communications, became a relevant issue. It's no wonder that this Congress will discuss the role of artificial intelligence in translation. And there is a roundtable which is devoted to the use of information technology in teaching Russian.
На Варнинском конгрессе отмечалось.
The Congress in Varna emphasized that Russian language studies underwent significant changes. Literary approaches gave way to new approaches. We began to focus on the methodological concepts of the second half of the 20th century. We also came up with new approaches to the theoretical issues, as well as the intertextuality of Russian literature. Therefore, the participants also made presentations about the role of Russian literature in international literature. They also talked about the national identity of Russian literature. A special emphasis was placed on the perception of Russian literature in foreign countries. There are numerous participants who make presentations about teaching Russian as a foreign and as a native language. The participants discuss the best ways of teaching Russian. They talk about the description of the Russian language for teaching purposes. They also make presentations about the models of the Russian language as a foreign language. They also make presentations about the changes in the grammatical description of the Russian language, which are really necessary. They discussed the structure of the course books and assessment of these course books. Another important aspect is the development of ethno-oriented course books. The Congress in Granada voiced the idea that we need to create a description of different levels of command of the Russian language in the form of a legal document which would be based on the state educational standards. In the past, we focused on the methods of teaching of Russian as a foreign language. However, in Varna, we discussed teaching Russian as a native language and teaching Russian to non-Russians in Russia. We also talked about teaching Russian and Russian literature to bilingual children living abroad. There were also interesting discussions about creating textbooks for bilingual children and modeling the language environment. Participants are also interested in different approaches to teaching Russian professionally as a foreign language. Another important aspect is the use of internet technology in educational processes. There were a number of debatable issues connected with the creation of the most effective content of such digital textbooks. One of the major vectors is the improvement of testing. We are developing a differentiated approach to tests. I'm talking about tests for adults and tests for children. We are talking about the specific features of the tests.
In order to get a Russian language certificate, so we need a system of distant computer testing. Also, there are other important issues such as professional development and qualifications of Russian language teachers. Again, we need to look into the opportunities of a distant correspondence courses by computer. We need to generalize our experience, which definitely should rest upon the lingua-cultural competence of our students, as well as the cultural studies within language learning. I suppose that the knowledge about Russia and the knowledge of Russian culture is a stimulus, it's an impetus to learning Russian. It improves motivation, it develops the artistic and learning aptitudes of our children and students. And also it facilitates the dialogue of culture. Definitely, we should look into the practical aspects of teaching Russian literature. Although the presentations and discussions devoted to this topic are not multiple, I should say that learning Russian literature and teaching about Russian literature is not something that we have many hours of tuition for. That's why we have this issue. And definitely we should discuss it, organizing the materials into logical blocks such as the myths and poetry, visual and word paradigms, interdisciplinary approaches. We should also pay more attention to the contemporary methods and pedagogical technologies in teaching Russian literature, such as development within teaching and individualized and targeted selection of books and literature items. Definitely, we need to develop methodology of teaching Russian literature, taking into account the sparse number of hours of tuition. Definitely, Russian language and the internet. This is within the internet space. In Granada, we discussed an opportunity of teaching this as a separate direction. There are certain challenges within this direction, whether there is an internet style of language, which is separate type of formal or literal language, and what are the extra linguistic parameters to it, whether it comes within the system of functional registers, whether there are any register styles and peculiar features, whether we can separate it into different levels, or it is not possible because there are all 5 registers of the contemporary Russian language in the internet space. Also, there is a discussion about the subject of the internet register. What is the part of the stylistics? All the text functioning on the internet, or just the style or texts which are transformed according to the contemporary norms of the language. Later on, in Nur Sultan, we also looked into the peculiar features of the media texts and their peculiar features and what makes them different from other types of text, as well as the media discourse, the role of the social networks, as well as the co-creation as suggestive styles and registers. Also, we paid attention to the political discourse in the contemporary internet space, as well as the mass media, in the social networks and fora. Most esteemed colleagues, coming to the end of the above said, I would like to remind you something that Lyudmila Verbitskaya said, which is quite topical up to now. She said that one of the paramount directions of our activity is to expand our activities and expand our association. And Mr. Tolstoy stresses that one of the goals of MAPRYAL is to unite our intellectual as well as the organizational resources of all the ancillary structures that work within the sphere of teaching Russian within inside the country and outside. Our organization activities in the changing world shows that we are not only trying to hold our positions, but we are trying to expand the areas of our scholastic knowledge, scientific research, as well as our good cooperation with colleagues in Asia and Africa, as well as Latin America. I would like to conclude quoting from Lyudmila Verbitskaya. She said this at the 11th Congress in Varna, and these words are still relevant today. The idea of our success is our unity, our attention to the problems of Russian language, as well as our readiness and courage to continue. We strive to promote Russian language and Russian culture. Thank you very much for your attention. We would like to thank Antonia Pencheva for this presentation, and I would like to say that significant perspectives are demonstrated by the Russian language studies in Latin America. So one of the forefathers of Russian language studies is the Colombian university named after Leo Tolstoy, that has been functioning in Bogota starting from 1944. In the premises of this university, they organize workshops, exhibitions, seminars, presentations of Russian language literature translated. So how to retain this authenticity in a translated originally Russian language literature. This is the topic of our next speaker, the president of the Leo Tolstoy University, a writer, as well as the poet, a plenipotentiary ambassador of the Culture Center of Columbia in Moscow, and Mr. Florence Ursula Rubendario. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear translators, associate professors, scholars, and friends. I would like to send you a message from our university in Bogota. And also, I would like to congratulate you on the 15th anniversary of the MAPRYAL Congress, which takes place in this beautiful city of St. Petersburg. In the Colombian literature, the first mentioning of Pushkin as a poet capable of charming and fascinating with the music of his poetry, as well as surprising with the originality of thought, can be met in the Bogota poet works Asio Silva. Back in 1894, when he was 29 years of age, Jose Silva opens three characters key to the Pushkin creation. First of all, this is the steppe and the Russian road with its grief and beauty at the same time. Then the Pushkin motives of the love and grief related to it. And the third one is St. Petersburg covered in snow, which is with all its unrest. So Pushkin opened the new culture codes which are common to the Russian literature. The sides of Pushkin that was perceived by Jose Asuncion Silva, in fact, provided stepping stones for further understanding of Russian literature in Colombia, and they set up new perspectives of understanding Russian literature. That was all about the music of the music of the language, as well as the characters and images that are behind his lines. We developed certain devices and methods in order to understand and also translate these written texts. Stepping aside from this culture experience, and also with the understanding of all the semiotic approaches, in order to enjoy the poetic text back in the 19th century, the texts of Pushkin were perceived in Colombia as multifaceted, with all the poetic forms which is invested in meaning. The same traditions which were developed in Colombia within the 19th century were also put forward at a different level in the poetry of José Asunción Silva, and also they allowed us at a contemporary stage to look into the opportunities of translating Eugene Onegin, and also to assess all the language aspects which the translator must pay attention to meticulously in order to perceive the beauty. I mean, the means of expression, and also irony, the context, as well as the verbal means of expression, the different types of historic paradigms and historical features, also the rhythms and the rhymes which are abundant in Pushkin texts, and also the vernacular that was included into that poetic novel, with all the discourse and with the interaction of stylistical features, as well as the registers, different registers of language, because there are different sides of because there are different characters that speak different registers of language. The impression of the vernacular, the literature stereotypes of that times, as well as the Russian phonology, with its absolutely beautiful combination of consonants and vowels, which all is a typical feature of the Indo-European languages. This fabulous sequence in the poetry by Pushkin, to the outside, from the magic crystal to the deep understanding of psychology and history around. Eugene Onegin has become an essence of different sort of vernacular and different linguistic registers, the saloon speech, as well as different types of low register expressions.
We see here irony, different literary traditions. All of these are reflected in Eugene Onegin. Pushkin was able to create the socio-linguistic spectrum into a new literary language. Now I would like to provide you some preliminary results of my 2-year work. I've been translating Eugene Onegin for 2 years. I believe we should ask the following question. Is it worth translating this novel into Spanish? Well, it's like asking an artist who paints icons, can you express everything using the painting? The translator works in the linguistic environment. You can compare the cultural environment of the words from the two languages. What is authentic, it is original. If you want to translate Pushkin's works, you should get into the semiotic wordplay in Pushkin's works. The lexical system in his works is not only related to the description of different objects, names, traditions, and different establishments contemporary to his time. It refers to one expressive level which describes the local culture. The translation of culture-specific words requires a lot of knowledge on the part of the translator, but this is not enough. Can we imagine the Eugene Onegin as an archaeological site of words? We should understand how the words function in Pushkin's works. Now I would like to cite Yuri Tynyanov's work. Words in Pushkin's works are like objects. They're like the images of the object. Or are they just about the poetic meaning of the object? Words in Pushkin's works have multiple meanings. Therefore, there are so many interpretations of his works. Pushkin words fluctuate between different meanings. When he writes about drinking coffee, it's about spending leisure time. However, if we write about drinking coffee, we can see that in Pushkin works, it makes the character less of a hero. The author is ironic about the heroic action of Onegin by describing that he's drinking coffee and crosses the river. The presenter is quoting Pushkin poems. Pushkin's words are a challenge to the previous literary tradition. It's like an irony over the literary traditions. It's an irony over the literary characters. He also had an innovative approach to the everyday speech. But first and foremost, Pushkin's Eugene Onegin is, in my opinion, a very contemporary play which involves different cultural codes. It is important for the translator not to limit themselves by the academic definitions. The translator should pay attention to how his words function in different contexts. Pushkin didn't limit himself by the literary language, by the written language or the oral vernacular. According to Belinsky, Pushkin was able to capture all the shades of the vernacular as well as the shades of the intellectual language. The presenter is citing Pushkin's poem. The presenter is citing his translation of Pushkin's work into Spanish. As a translator, I believe that Pushkin's works function at different levels. Evgeny Onegin opened a new tradition of using the Russian words. I would like to say that Pushkin was really accurate in his word choice. He paid attention to the expressive connotations of the words. He also used the words used by the nobility. This allowed him to express his irony over the old, outdated dictionaries. Or maybe it was just an irony over the academic community. The list of words that he uses allowed me to come to the conclusion that the words in the novel form their specific semantic field. It's about irony as well. This semantic field is an irony over the academic dictionaries. It's also a mockery at the emptiness of the life. Pushkin experiments with the words. He also has a real ability in putting upside down the words and expressions. However, at the same time, he maintains the elegance of the vernacular. He is very accurate in his word choice, but at the same time, the translator has some liberty at choosing the exact words. The translator chooses the authentic word from the same semantic field, and therefore the translator uses the method of translation variation. I'm sorry for using a borrowed word.
How the word varies within the very flexible system of the vernacular. How it varies in the multiple planes of the literature codes and different social groups, speech, and also how you compare this to the social registers of Spanish. So Pushkin's words should be compared to the semantic areal of the smaller systems, linguistic systems of Spanish. Another example that I would like to show you. The 21st line also resulted in a myriad of different linguistical tasks and challenges. Now he is quoting from Pushkin. This is just one line, but it made me think rational, intuitively. It was a painstaking process. You needed to compare the paradigm of different verbs, like flying or floating in the air, like the swan does. The Russian paradigm is just taking off, floating, flying, flying to the place, flying from the place. There is a whole galaxy of different types of words which result in a real challenge. These are the verbs in Spanish. I'm not going to speak much about it, but I managed to find this semantic nest. That was something like, flying from. But I would just want to stress this, semantic comparison is the correct way of looking for authentic word in translation. At least this is my assumption. But the Russian paradigm was used fully by Pushkin. Like Tatiana's sister, Olga, flies into her sister's room. And she's compared to the aurora. Olga is compared to the aurora, to the swan, a swallow. And this is the image that is also rendered by a verb, saying she flies into. Who fly into? Flies, butterflies. So she flies into the room. It is some sort of irony, there is mockery, and also there is another semantic sign is when he says that gentleman flies into a saloon, for example. Again, that's a different side of flying into. So Pushkin is very pedantic in using this terminology. This vernacular is also incorporated, included into the poetic language. Also, he used sometimes jargon. He uses jargon, also investing it with multiple meanings. One of the puzzles in Eugene Onegin was actually the word oblatka. Or paper seal. So this is double meaning in a word. The letter was shivering in her hand, and the paper seal was actually drying. The pink paper seal was drying. What sort of oblatka, what sort of paper seal was there? There was actually anxiety of Tatiana, who actually decided to confess her love to Eugene Onegin. She finalized her letter and she is ready to send it. Her psychological condition can be also characterized by Turgenev words. Love is not even a feeling. It's a disease. It's a condition of body and mind. But why oblatka? Whether oblatka should be translated as a paper seal, just that she's going to just seal the letter. Whether it would be enough to choose rotula tamarbet from the Spanish words without actually understanding the phonetic form. There is another very important aspect of translation, but the Russian word oblatka also is invested in the religious and medical meaning. The Dal Dictionary gives us several meanings, which is, for example, a paper seal or a foil wrap or a tablet even. So, and also in religious meaning, it could be a It could be an oblate. Religiously speaking, it's an oblate. So generally speaking, we need to be playing with different meanings. Pushkin describes Tatiana as a person who has a disease with certain inflammation, like her tongue is swollen. And actually this seal, it's a tablet, a sort of a pill. It is expressed as if it is something for her disease that will cure her disease of love. Thanks to the material culture, understanding the material culture of the 19th century, which is also which is expressed in Russian, and we find a similar situation in Spanish, like a capsule, an oblate, sachet, and also paper seal or a starch capsule. And generally speaking, you should understand that this word is an allegory. You could vary, you could compare something, you could find an authentic equivalent, retaining new meaning which is disclosed by Pushkin. Ablatka is not just a circular something, a circular item, but it's a poison and medicine and a tablet for her disease at the same time. So all the poetic items, they are mixed up, I mean, the lower and the upper ones. And there is one stumbling block. With great poets like Pushkin, this is harmonic distribution of these items, which is absolutely pure, it's purified. A translator must take this into account, this systemic mix of the upper register and the lower register, of the vernacular and the literary language items, like the wine for the poet and wine for those who are vulgar. So I suppose that vernacular, not literally language that is used in Pushkin poetic language, is a device. It's something that would be described as means of expression. Now he's quoting from Pushkin. I would like to draw your attention within this quotation that there is a sequence of phonemes in the and there is alliteration. Zizi and the crystal and my gem. In English it's sissy, in Spanish it's sissy, the crystal, the alma mia. So generally speaking, this phonetic membrane and phonetic expression is also a fabulous feature of Pushkin's language. It is Indo-European family of languages, and this is the most ancient culture of poeticism. So I suppose that we should take this into account, this phonetic figure or phonetic aspect, contrasting between two or more segments of the speech implemented in different phonemes, and there is a particular sequence within poetic line. So you can see alliteration in Russian, and now it is an example of alliteration in translated text into Spanish. And coming to the end, I would like to say that ambivalence, multifaced nature, multifacedness, and are particular features of Pushkin's language. Dostoevsky also wrote about the mystery of Pushkin's texts, and the translators are to solve this mystery. While translating Pushkin into Spanish, you can use this semiotic spectrum in order to translate this and restore this beautiful poetic text in Spanish. And the idea of the multifaceted Pushkin novel forms the idea of the sliding personality of Onegin as a literature character. Now he's quoting from Eugene Onegin. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Dear colleagues, this is the end of the plenary meeting, but this is not the end of our agenda. It has not been exhausted yet. Now we have 3 roundtable discussions, and I have an announcement to make. We are going to say goodbye and leave this wonderful venue and take shuttle buses to 3 locations of the roundtable discussions, 3 venues. So the first one is the Mendeleev line. This is for the digital lockdown lessons and how the teaching practices were modified. The next one is the Pushkin House, Makarov embankment, interpreting characters in the contemporary literature, items, and the legal language issues and legal texts will be discussed at the law faculty of St. Petersburg State University. Tomorrow, we're going to resume our activity in the Pribaltiska Hotel, and at 10, we are going to have a special event. Our partners, alongside with the Pushkin house, in the hall of the 2nd floor, there will be an exhibition open devoted to the president of the MAPRYAL, Vitaly Kostomarov, which will be titled Academician Kostomarov, 50 Years with the Association. We recommend you to visit it throughout the day tomorrow, but at 10 in the morning tomorrow there will be an opening ceremony which we invite you to. Thank you very much for being patient, for showing your keen interest towards the topic discussed.